What's going on, guild? This is 1056. I got some chicken jerk pasta. So I'm gonna munch on that while we do some starlight events. For the starlight event, we're gonna do 6.1. In between 6.1, we'll do some dailies. Okay. We were over here because I was doing some grinding for relic weapons on the side. Okay, let's go to Gridania. That'll be the first thing I do. We want to pop you out. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, bus chat's up now. Starlight event. Let's switch to Paladin or Dark Knight. Let's switch to Dark Knight because we're gonna be working on Dark Knight for the level 190. So, let's go there. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow just because of how much work I've got to do. Reach for the stalls. Grungy is in a spot of bother. The quest is available for limited time only. Well now, if it is an Artemis, happy starlight, my friend, and what a pleasure it is to see you again. Now, I should like to catch up on recent doings, but I'm afraid I'm rather overwhelmed with preparations at the moment. You see, this year we are hosting a new attraction in the form of a market called the Starlight Stalls. To that end, we have secured the kind of cooperation of merchants and artisans across Gridania who will sell unique starlight-themed wares. The light of the stalls are arranged to call to mind the stars above, and we are confident that grown-ups will enjoy the market as much as younglings. Or at least it would be if we can finish setting up the stalls. The work doesn't seem to be progressing and we are unable to open the markets as scheduled. Hey, if you aren't otherwise occupied, might you be willing to assist me? I'm minded to investigate the reason for the delay and I could use an extra pair of legs on the ground. Thank you. Without further ado, please meet me at the market outside the city. The guide yonder will show you there. I remember those two from last year. I understand you are assisting Miss Granagy. If you'd please follow me, I will show you to the market. Here it is, Artemis, the Starlight Stalls. As you can see, there are workers in the midst of the preparations. Let us each speak to a number of them and learn what troubles they might be experiencing. And in an end, are you? Much obliged. This year, most of us are celebrating and are here helping the stalls holders set things up. That's because of it don't do them for them to close up their actual shops. They're spreading themselves thin for our sake, so it's only fair that we give them as much support as we can. Even so, the work's taking a toll on everyone. We celebrants want to do more, but we can't exactly push things along by ourselves. We're almost done with our preparations, just discussing how to bring in our wares now. It's so cold and I'm so tired. I just want to curl up and sleep. Well, we'll be on our way. Need to keep it at it. We want to keep at it if we want to finish it up. You're with the celebrants. Our apologies. We'll be ready soon. We're not accustomed to running an open air stall, much less when it's so cold. We spoke with some of the workers. Splendid. So, what have we been able to learn? Aye, so everyone trying their best, having to run their own shops at the same time has left them exhausted. The cold only compound matters. We should do something to relieve them and warm off the chill, but what would be the best way? How about handing out hot drinks? Ah, splendid idea. This bound to lift everyone's spirit. Excuse us. Excuse us. Hello, Miss Granji. Hello, Mr. Adventure. It's been a while. Do you remember us, I hope? The Starlight celebration is our favorite time of year. The Saints of Nimria brings us presents. The city is abundant with beautiful decorations, and even the grown-ups look like they're having fun. But this year, the grown-ups are really busy and aren't having any fun at all. When we noticed this, the two of us were taking a bit, and we decided we'd like to become little helpers and help them. My, what kind souls you are. It's the spirit of the Starlight celebration and would be most grateful for your aid. Artemis, if you're willing, could you tend to the task of reviving the weary workers with our two little helpers? Splendid. Please source something suitably revitalizing here in Gridania and see its distributor. Will celebrants with natural bear the cost. In the meantime, I shall return to the amphitheater and appraise my fellow celebrants of the situation. If you have any problems, do not hesitate to let me know. Hooray, we get to help Miss Granji. Dunley and I will do our best. Let's see, what do we get? We get a Barding and a Starlight Kinder Punsk. Steaming hot spice beverage served on decorative mug. I should make some multi this year. VIP bonus, piety bonus, gear durability bonus, and an XP bonus. If we can stock up on these, we're going to. They're going to be really good. Especially for raids, surprisingly enough. Well, not for raids, but for just doing running around. The gear duration bonus is good enough on its own. You can do a couple dungeons and not have to worry about it. Spreading the warmth and cheer. Celine and fairly chomping at the bit to get started. If truth be told, we were eavesdropping when Miss Granji first asked you for help. We really wanted to become helpers, you see. We already knew the grown-ups were cold and tired, and we know just the thing for it. That's right, a hot and sweet drink like you suggested. It warms me up my tummy to my fingertips. That's how I get through the winters with Gridania, even though I'm from Moodal. So come on, let's head to the Colony Canopy and ask Moni for a drink. Moni for a drink. Hey, wait! Hey, wait. I'm back. Be faster to teleport. Anyway. We'll see if we can buy those drinks afterwards. Not really running low on funds. Well, 'cause, 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 I think on Monday when I stream again, after this today, it's weird because of Christmas and all that, but Monday when I stream again, there you are, mister. Bellini went on, and even though our parents said children shouldn't go to the canopy alone, that is a wait for you so I don't get in trouble. And of course, young Solly has explained everything. You wish to serve drinks to the folks setting up at the Starlight. Yes. Starlight stalls, yes? Campaign will have a stall too, but we managed to finish our own preparation, so we're more than happy to assist. Wait a moment. I could just make the drinks, it's not a problem. I prepared a cask of mull punch, full of fruit and laced with spices. It'll fix the cold and weary right up. Make a season, Canopy is actually planning to offer a selection of hot beverages in these special mugs. I do appreciate if you could use them to distribute the punch. It'd be an excellent promotion for our establishment. Well, thank you, Minoni. The cask is too heavy for the little ones, but it should be no problem for a strapping adventurer such as yourself, yes? Oh ho ho! What tolls to make the Starlight celebration wonderful, I would present a gift. Saint of Nimia. I chanced to be passing by when I heard your conversation. I bid you follow me, my hard-working little helpers. Arlen, what did you got? Oh, that is such an adorable barding. A Starlight Chocomon has got a basket and a cask? It's an excellent idea, involved to provide mulled punch to a cold and weary workers of the Starlight stall. To help you with your task, I took the liberty of borrowing a chocobo from the stables, and attired the fellow with a manner befitting of the occasion. You go forth, little helpers, and together restore warmth and cheers to those in need. Yes, sir. My, what a spirited pair you are. If you would come with me, I shall see that you look the part as well. I'll load the chocobo up and have someone take it to the market. Feel free to go on ahead. Be hotter. Yeah, I think Monday we'll get all the side quests I've got of the level 80s, the Picto, Sage, and Viper. We'll get all those quests done, and after we get all those quests done, then we'll go over and continue the story. Did I hide anyone online? Alright, head to the Starlight Stalls. The Saint is amazing. Before we knew what happened, he already measured us and crafted our garments. A person from the Carlin Canopy also brought the chocobo. So everything is set. Right, let's split up and hand out the punch while it's still hot. We've already filled some mugs to take around, so we'll leave the chocobo to you. We'll meet you again when we finish. That is an adorable barding. Okay. Thought went back to town. Thought Hammond went back to town. Is everything all right? What do you know, Mule Punch? We appreciate looking out for us celebrants too. What's that? The celebrants are handing out hot drinks. So blessedly warm. My fingers had froze up, but I'm already starting to feel them again. Thank you. Mulled punch. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make some mulled punch this season. I thought I saw a pair of children handing out something. You're with them, are you? Oh, mulled punch. This is just what we need to see through our preparations. We'll enjoy it together. Thank you. You're with the children, are you? The spice in the drink ought to wake us up. No time. That's no time. There you are, mister. Thanks for your help. You too, big fella. We saw you working hard taking that cask around. You must be much lighter now. We just finished handing out the punch ourselves. Everyone was really happy. They all said it was just about done setting up, which means the starlight stalls can finally open. Miss Granergy will be pleased to see how well things are coming along. Did you go to the amphitheater and fetch her? I still have all my dailies to do today, which is fine. We'll be working on Sage next, leveling wise. My Bard got to 91, so we're almost there to getting everything 91. Ah, it's you, Artemis. I was assigned celebrants to assist the stall holders in transporting wares. I should help ease their burden. Now then, how are you and children faring in your efforts? The mulled punch works wonder, and everyone has just about finished setting up. Marvelous. I shall head to the venue at once. I wonder if we'll be able to buy stuff from the stalls. That'd be cool. Oh, what a relief that the market has opened as planned. And by all accounts, it's no small part thanks to mulled punches it. Truly grateful for all of you. I think the fellow's saying you're welcome. For your hard work, my feathery friend, I can expect a special delivery, Galshan greens to your stable. Helping out was a lot of fun. I hope we can do it again. Absolutely, but for now, you may leave the rest to us celebrants. We'll make certain that everything runs smoothly, so long as you run along and enjoy the festival that can help make possible. We will, but first things first, we've been working very hard too, Miss Karanji. You deserve a break yourself. That's right, so let us all have some malt punch together while it's still nice and warm. Oh my. I'll be delighted. Allow me to thank you again, Aramis. It's because of your kindness and the assistance that we're now able to open. By and by, after Solene and Tanny went off, I went to return our trusty chocobo assistance to the stable, and when I removed its barding, a note came tumbling out. It read, "To our not-so-little helper Artemis, who helped little ones so do big things. I present this gift of my own crafting. It was clear this ain't intended for you to have the barding, but do take it with you. You've more than earned it. Now then, you're doubtlessly keen to explore the stalls, so I won't keep you any longer. While the celebration continues, the guide will show you here whenever you like, so please, enjoy to your fullest." Oh, we can go shopping. Let's go. Punch in every stall. So, are you just normal? Anything new with you? Cool thing would be if they sold some of the more unique items. Ooh, a new orchestrion roll. Oh, that's a tabletop item. Okay. So yeah, we'll probably order a couple of buy a couple of these then. I think if we buy 10 of these, we can put some in the... Too bad I can't buy quantity, that'd be great. So these are tabletop items, so they just sit there and you can use them to... They don't stack either, so I'm gonna be careful. Oh, let's use that star barding, by the way. Okay. Food vendor, what do you sell? Was Void? Let me check their company profile. Hold on. Verge of Insanity, Void. This was a group I was going to join when I first started this character. Let's head over to Tablet. I should make a... no, I've got a winter glam. Hold on. Yeah, we'll glam this. That'll be fine. It's 10. I have a lot of these to edit because of the fact that I didn't do, I've been working on relic weapons, so you have to equip them and do some things with them and all that type of deal. Do I have the, I don't think I have it on this character. I don't think I was playing during that time period. No, I don't have it on this character. Sad face. I may have to sub to Twitch. Just to get them out. Give 3 subs. Yeah. Hold on one moment. Let me get this mount really quick. Right. I just silently gifted 3 subs. It's fine. Or gifted some subs. It's fine. Now let me double check this. Forgot to say I'm not a robot. Game thinks I'm a robot. There we go. Item list. Right. Yep, we are going to give it to Artemis. Tincture on Grion. All right, there we go. What emote is it? Thought there was a shiver emote. Could be a shop item. Have heart. Have a tremble emote. That's what's fright. I thought there was a shiver emote. Nope, that's my mail. Hold on. That's what I was waiting on. Mailbox. All right. And we should also put some keys into the house if somebody hasn't already. Should be able to view. Hold on, I'm just looking at these really quick. Don't have any room. They need to expand this. Thing good? That's stuffed. Okay. There's some minions here. And items 2. Some more orchestrion rolls I don't have. A lot I do have, but about to make a whole bunch, so I'm not worried about orchestrion rolls at the moment. Oh, we can't do that then. Oh man. Okay, there goes my plans of putting those in. We can put them in my private chamber though, which needs work on. I mean, perfectly normal. This needs work, like a lot of work. It's housing, right? Okay. We'll place a couple of these around. I don't want to search for them. We can store a bunch of these. You really get 5 uses out of the food of those, so that's fine. Okay, let's go do 1.6.1. There it is. Surprised we haven't decorated. That's the easy way out of here. Just to remember all of this stuff. Doesn't matter. We're going to Mordona. Newfound adventure. Shintaro is putting on a pot of tea and looking for Nita company. Oh, Artemis, how lovely to see you. If you're not too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
A grand new adventure, of course.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
You're right, who knows?
Oh, that's the spirit! I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavnair. That's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's, still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Oh, you'll be surprised, Shintaro. Make sure it has pockets.
stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I'm one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
Oh, Tataru, we found your chocobo too, or your carbuncle too, if you want it.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Hey, 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 hey.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
And thus I am returned.
Yo! Ackerman, thank you for the raid. Oh, Helmet Squad raid. Ah, what's good? Hi. Just getting into 6.1 on the lore playthrough account.
Ah, you're awake.
Just for the Starlight event. I'm awake, apparently. Showing off my new glam for the winter.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
What were you up to today?
You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your
Ready or
grand
not?
saga? Either way, I promise to provide
Doors
you with new
and
apparel,
teammates?
and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
That remain us our outfit. We're ready to keep going. Yeah, I've been trying to get into 6.1 for the last couple days, but there's always been one more side quest or one more quest that needs to get done before. And I mean, I still have even more quests to go, but it's fine. Yeah, we're going to the Diamond Forge. Okay. My PNG model's out of place because I was doing something else. There we go. Is it up? It's down one. It's down one floor. I make that mistake every time I do this quest. Observe that the artisan refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time, I only need a moment. You'll see. A little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. All done, let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? It's actually really not that bad of an outfit. I'm so glad you approved. Oh, done yourself, Tataru. Thank you. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is you wear this on your travels. Maybe later. I'll have a glam set for it, but... Oh, at least you wonder. Lots of adventure might gather. They'll start looking at you, a famous hero, and wonder, where did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. Always thinking of the profits at the end of the day. You can hear it now, the merry click-clink of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Taru, always at the end of the day about profits. Totally worth it. Your bargaining merchant, enterprise aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new places to meet. I often wonder how you'll remember all your experience and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant. Or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better parts of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Collection expand the unending codex. So it's a nice little piece of information about events from 6.1 onwards, really. And it gives you a little bit about the information of the final days. So as you meet people and such, their codex will be with detail and information. It's kind of cool. The Unending Codex is now available under Collection section in the main menu. New entries and prominent terms and characters will be added to Codex as you progress through the main scenario quest. Sadly, it only is for the main scenario, so... Bountiful Ruins. Taru has some advice to share with you. And, former receptionist and sometimes intelligent gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best place to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Savnir, I suggest you explore your options at Madrin's Mehen, the finest drinking establishment in Razahan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only put you in the right direction of local tale tellers, but also share with you tricks of loosening their tongues. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Artemis, and may fair fortune find you. Alright. Savnir, Razahan we go. Yeah, I mean, in reality, you're never going to be able to find that info that you're looking for really quickly. Having someone like Tataru on your side, though, you'll find all the information you need. I remember when this place used to be a bustling hub during Endwalker. But not anymore, sadly. You'll find the occasional player here, the occasional new player here coming in, going through the story. The occasional returning player coming here to grab some items to boost their character's eye level up before they start into Dawn Trail. But, and then you get people like me playing an alt account trying to go through the story. Welcome to Marriott's Mayhem. Well, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty? Be seeking of the sunken treasure vaults? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who can tell you all about it. Ah, there he is, Professor Jalhin. Thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness of Mayhem's unique beverages. Offer him any drink on our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek. A few other odd bits besides. Whenever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Madrid found out I took coin from the Savnir Savior, he would have me scrubbing pots for a week. An adventure. Coin ain't a bother to me. Yes. Alright, cannot be skipped. Let's start to this professor of many things. And what may I do for you, my Orsian friend? Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Here you are, one of Mandarin's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Got some meat I've got to get some ice for, but Gaheen empties the cups in a single pull. Interesting glasses. It's very kind of you, sir, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Where to begin? Might I assume you heard of Azadel? He was Ka of the Arya tribe, was sailed to Savnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Razahan. He decided to aid the Arkasura, in which what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasora, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation of this thriving city-state. The true fascinating story, however, concerns his grandson, Azadel's third, who was known for his deeds at Starstrup of Razahan early days. Some attest to this man's travels to another world entirely, and return with glittering riches, others that he broken with alliance, with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there's the tales of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Azadel III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell, Razahan folks would remember the tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out and claim their fortune. Precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in. Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Hey, another round, please. Ah, I see we reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, inventor. Another one for the professor. Oh, today, what a splendid day to visit the Mahian. Down the newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes, those who did not return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Does this discourage the others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend. The golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Hazam was saying. Hazam's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous portables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. I've been seen since he set sail, I hear. He did have, no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would be encouraged what is clearly a foolhardy request? If my words set you to your death, I could never live with myself. I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps if you turn and to tell a tale, then. What manner of dangers have you faced? beast. The very edge of existence? From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it. But I recognize you now. You're the heroes of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Feline, more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Chillin drains yet another cup dry. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose you wouldn't hurt. Share a little more. She's friends of our shaman's. He was the shepherd to buy a treasure map. One which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forgot. Let's drink a toast to you, my new bestest friends. Allez, more drinks. Signal for water. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous! I'm parched. Dumps down the cup of water. That was water. Tell her to bring me water. Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head was certainly thank you in the morning. It seems I overindulged. I am put in mind the words of Master Jazan. Be wary how much you drink, ye shall less it swallows you. Gimme, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azam, well, I say we share a taste for Meline's fine spirits. Probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. It appears you have learned all Chillin has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Yes, sure. I ain't drunk, you are. Yes, I'm Azama. And who might you be? I'm taller than you. All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of the Azalin legacy. I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. Now, look in his eye, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewelry he lust for after. He was hunting Azadel's third's otherworldly horde. His ambition would not be denied. I see it in you, too, the appetite for the mistress of the unknown. And I'll not attempt to turn you from your past. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. But I will tell you that my friend told me. He was convinced a merchant in the bazaar gave him a rough location of the vault entrance. He sees this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, stole your map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for the exorbitant price. Was that what manner of wealth he had, he insists paid to learn there are ruins on a small island southwest, somewhere in the bounty. What's in those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend to seeking Azel's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. I'm taller than you.
Please, Sashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
Oh my
A map to
gosh.
Alzadal's legacy.
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away.
But for the
Be
price.
glad I am no such king boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
Justinian.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Even count it. Just looked at the bag and went, yeah, that's a bag of money.
Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure.
No, I'm gonna go to Kosias and throw snowballs.
Why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
He knew who he was selling to.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
You mean good to be underway.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Oh, you know about that?
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
True. Don't trust Alphinova's secrets.
Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Of course. So we split the expenses.
I appreciate the concern, but there's one thing I've learned from my time with the Scions, is how to better manage my coin purse.
Haru got to your head, didn't he?
Let's see about securing a vessel.
You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Viscera's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of Hanshin delight to refuse. He wished me to train the Razhan host in Lanswick. There's a tale for another time, when we need now as a merchant or a trawler, with a ship fit for the open seas. Messiah is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akal and see if he can help us. Alright. We're not gonna do the hippos today on my dailies. We'll do the Loprits and Omnicron, level those guys up. Tomorrow I'm not streaming, so Monday we'll do the hippos and level those guys up to level 6. Because with how my work is, tomorrow I won't be able to stream, sadly. I gotta leave early for one of the calls, and then I'm not on one of the calls of work, but I'm still gonna be in that area, so it'll be fine. Well, I might be on one of the calls. We'll see. But right now I'm not. But my friends, what brings you to a humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins? Consider it was your deeds which allow us to return to fishing. I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I'll have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so you not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Savnir? You are. I know you are. We've gone and cheated you. I worked with Shell. You see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done. I beg you for your forgiveness. Not for you, my sister and I would never have, well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase as it turned out. But my friend here was seeking those very ruins. But kind overlooked the wrong I've done you, but there's more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as in the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search about the ruins. About the vault, about everything. The man sailed out to find his fortune, never returned. Did not go alone to that place. You'd have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. You do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there's little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot have the thought of... Yeah, we might need a hand moving the treasure. Assuming we find any, still it may prove wise to bring some companions along with us all the same. They had whom to approach. Signs scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Dencred and Uranje. Of course. Dencred and Uranje, eh? Those two would answer our call certainly, but they left the Rising Stones was a definite task of mine, and I'm loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. The Stola? The Stola. Her Majesty would welcome it, but I'm loath to interrupt her research. Perhaps you could ask a less tricky companion? Alphanon and Alice? Little Lord Alphanon and his sister, were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets. Okay, good. I did go through all the choices that would give me every answer. Cryo may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will this set your mind at ease? Yes, as that man is as strong as you, is he so strong, I mean? Well, what's your name, boy? Marhad, sir. Well, Marhad, your life is yours to live as you will. But I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do. But what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up at some creature's belly. We walk back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me a Stinian. Okay, we'll see if anyone in the FC wants to go run this dungeon. First time bonus, all that good jazz. Friends for the road. Astinian is ready to escort Mez for safety. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Red. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Don't stray from the path. You would want him to stray from the path just so you can flex. Small business, big dreams is open. We'll get through that 7 quest after we do 6.1. That'll be an after 6.1 thing. It's a kind of finishing touch to a lot of the earlier stories like Stormblood and the weapons and such like that, so it'll be good to go through. And we'll go through that when we after we finish up 6.1. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Artemis. What might the students do for you? Graha available. Graha, yeah, he's the main host, Mistress Kryl. Been holed up there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Still need to get my dailies done, so
Urgica, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Haha. Not who you were looking for.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
Busy as always, Graha. You two, what are you working on?
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Vow.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
Well, you know, you wanted to, borrow Graha.
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance. Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Poor Kryl.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Oh, the poor lost
Have
kitten
you asked
that
anyone
is
else to come
Graha.
along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola? Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlium the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
The archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Get in the team all together.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
All right, to the library. I still like how pretty Charlian is. So calming. But anyway, what you reading? I guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all, but I preserve. Once people taste it, they'll be happier than we were before the apocalypse started. I just know it. Good luck, Puddingway. Get your pudding. Is your stroller asleep? That's a lot of books. Came yesterday? I mean, when I did research in college, I mean, I had like 3 or 4 books, but I never had that many.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Stola taking a little camp nap.
Close my eyes for one moment. Ow!
Hi.
How long have you two been here?
Catching up on some light reading.
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
Gosh dang, sleep, woman.
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library.
What? You don't?
So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar. But 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akyali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Oh, that poor Mammoth having to get ready for all the books. I mean, I know that's what they're there for. Not just HQ, but... The things just got added to the Comodex, so let's go check those out, just to see. So, unending Comodex. So, Estinian, Graha, Trial, Y'shtola, Hydaelyn. Why was Hydaelyn added? Hydaelyn was never even spoken about. But whatever. The Reflection and the Crystal Tower. Alright. Someone's doing the Pandemonium questline. Or the wind-up to the Pandemonium questline. One of the two. That's the only way to get a cutscene with Claude there. Claude Von Bond! I love the graphic. Hold on. Let's just appreciate the architectural design of that. I mean, that's a cool pattern. Alright. Solange, there you are.
Our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
You.
And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperites had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Kryl.
Yeah?
I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperites now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation.
Good, we hope so.
How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
Yeah.
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
How's your pilgrimage?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
I'm not taking any of you in.
I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
I love how long this cutscene was. Give me enough time to finish.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
All right. I need to eventually get back to poetic grinding. Oh wait, and the best way to poetic grind is to do hunt trains. We'll see if anyone from the FC wants to join in on this. That's always my first place to go, to see if anyone wants to come along. I sent you to recruit Graha, and you returned with an entire survey party. I hope Masaya built strong enough to carry us all. We have means is... What he means that we are grateful for your use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care and steer clear of reefs and shallow threats. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Money. Azadel's legacy. Yashtol is intrigued by the legacy of the Azadel's third. Azadel's the third. I confess I'm somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world has kept my notice. Could it be more than a simple folklore? What is the treasure he's supposed to be brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics for another reflection. My friends, you should temper our expectations. Map doubts promise ruins. But beyond that, we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjectures and set sail for the vault. And we unlock a dungeon. Okay. If anyone wants to. I don't know who's available. It's Friday, so I think they're running raids today? Not just one. just unlocked it. Okay, so let's do a ready check. See what everyone's playing. I got a healer and a DPS. Oh, let's go in. Right, what am I doing? Get rid of alliance raids. I enjoyed this part of the dungeon. I do not enjoy the next dungeon that we unlock, though. Next dungeon's going to suck. Tank stands, food. Oh, let's see night spread. Map. Let's see. We've got that painter. Okay. Let's just go for pulls. Make sure I've got everything. I'm not stopping to slow down. I just need to make sure I've got all the aggro. Bonus poetics. We go back here so we can pull these guys. One of them. Yeah, I don't remember the name of it. The end. Do I not have all? Dude, come here. Out of the way. I'm gonna get hit by that. Living dead. Kill me. Kill me. Thank you. Okay. This boss is fairly easy. Run into it. That's the biggest gimmick of this boss. And yeah, we're just literally fighting this boss. I mean, 1, 2, 3. Alright, make sure to click. How many times I've ran over that and then had to walk back because I didn't click. It's kind of sad. This is all 575 gear. I got them all. We got TBN available to us, so we're good. Easy. Always forget which way to run. 1, 2. There we go. I'm not going to take any of this, so we're going to pass. Pass. Let's see if it breaks my TBN. It did! Holy crap! The next boss was pretty chill, actually, to be honest. This crab has a crown on his head. That would make Mr. Krabs jealous. Alright. We be vibing. You get a laser there, you get a laser there. It's gonna shoot off a laser there, protect the shield. Just stand next to protective shield. Now bounce, bounce. Play that. Now do the opposite side. Easy. Now you get double shot. Twist and fold. Those just shoot arrows, lasers out in front of them. And then you get angles. And then we're back to normal program. These bosses aren't made to be hard. Tactician out. Don't die. Take enough damage for me, but don't die. The bleed damage wasn't enough. I'm at 652. I shouldn't be taking so much damage. I mean, this dungeon actually hurts quite a bit if you don't have the mitigation up. That's why I'm making sure I take everything. Watch for box. Break it. Come on. Thank you. Cutscene. Hopefully we'll be catched up before 7.2 so I can join in on people with things. Anything good in these? No. Achievement unlocked. 10 points. Mapping the realm. Azazel's legacy. Pull you forward. There you go. Before we start all the spinning shenanigans. 1, 2, 3. gonna see any of the hard mechanics. Oh, what are you doing? Okay, down on green. I don't have to worry about positioning because DPS is not anything to worry about. Break it. Oh, please tell me you can break it in another swing. Ah, there we go. Easy mode. Super easy. Shimmer, shimmer. Been good. No, not even their cutscene rolls. I received the player comm. Let's go.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshal?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our union. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Wasn't gonna touch it, but you stole her.
Perhaps I should simply show you. I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
All right.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, where a void gate is produced a deliberate action. I suspect that this is allowed judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for mere riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in my mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Oop. It was that for me. Yeah, we're almost done with 6.1, which will allow us to do Tataru's gift. Have quest, 9 quest, 9 quest, 7 quest. This one. These are fun. Oh, that is that one. Okay. Oh, whatever. A brother's grief. Yastrola is appraising the void gate with scholarly eyes.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death. So much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped
After this
towards
cutscene,
that
I'm gonna go
war-torn
take a
land.
BRB, stretch my legs, use the restroom, and pour myself a drink. Got some meat.
Along with my sibling, Ashdaya.
We got some black, Donna.
We dragons are not male
She's
or
a
female
Star
as men
Series
are wont to
Blackbird.
classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus, I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat Han was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly, they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of Void-sent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat Han and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing that perhaps I could learn more on how this feat was accomplished. I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return the High Crucible and arrange a replacement guardians used to handily destroy, not to leave this gate undefended. My apologies, but perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the construct can be repaired, we would be happy to offer your assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Razelhan. That's faster to run. Okay. So how many, that put me at 406. That'll be another, that'll be, another piece of armor for my archer range, or use it for my tank class. I mean, all possible. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to matters of the Vault's Sentinels. And as your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapakuru has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it's conveyed to its post with less. The Tomb Ram, fiends born of the Tower of Zot. My sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Oh, we are a blasphemy. By such guilty faces, surely it wasn't you who were responsible. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vaults will soon be secured once more. I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. Is it still functional? Yes. Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with the alchemic forge lock and boarded with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would emit only the lowliest of void scent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. Oh man, I should think Alphanor would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the aetheric density of the soul in transit. And yet, you succeeded in expanding this dimensional portal and sending your Salcrum to the 13th. My brilliant alchemist. I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magic could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azja, there is no need to preserve such astrologic and dangerous knowledge. See, what I tell you, people in power will always use it to better their means, even if it's in good conscience. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast storage of energy to open a void gate. One bound for the covenant made with a cloud of darkness. Once that soul of an entity was back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void son. But such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain the understanding for the Bounties Gate, and to resume the search for his sister. As I've already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here, now. I meant to ask, what prompted you to search the vault in the first place? If the legends were true, mainly. As you have seen, the fathomable west from the stories is quite real. It's not rumored origin. If not, it's rumored origin. I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. Been adding to this trove for years, little by little. But the time has come to spend it that I might alleviate the people suffering. We are on one mind. We may not intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Your Excellency, would you object if I conduct a closer examination of the gate? I'll make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt I can never repay. Whatever boon you ask of me, you'll have. You're most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study. The Lawbers will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. I must be off to Charlene as well. Mistress Cryo was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back at the annex as soon as you're able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. You may now undertake the Chronicles of the New Era's quest series, Mists of the Realm. Speak with a fresh-faced student about the Xena Annex to accept the first quest. We will be doing that, but we are going to be taking a break after we finish this quest, and we'll be doing that after we finish up 6.1, and we'll probably get into Taru's big adventures. The difficult part of all of this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Do you lend me assistance in this deliberation? Of course. Thank you, Artemis. Artemis and I are in this together. I'll follow his example. Alright, I'm gonna put a BRB up. Maybe. Hold on. We got stuff going on. This should be Void Gate cutscene. Meanwhile, elsewhere. It is. I would love to build something like this in Minecraft. Be cool. Fire, wind, water, earth. Darkness. The Avatar was born to rule the world. Sense the breach of the gate. It's not interesting from this instigated from the side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes. But such a tiny portal beneath our notice, there are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have waited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feasible whisper to dispense by some fresh and blood mortal. Let him come. I will drown the world and watch the fledgling collapse and express his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Then back on our struggles beneath the sunless skies, remember why we see not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Okay, I'm gonna go BRB. Alright, we're back. Got myself a nice cold glass of mead. And we will continue on with this. Sharing the wealth. Sharing the wealth. Vroshin wishes... Yeah, Varshana wishes to discuss the distribution of treasure. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which group would benefit most from the monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the Starlight directly, but I ask if you could act in my stead. Artemis, you are to visit Akal and Yeldaman. Speak with Matsa and his people and listen to their grievances. Astini, I bid you do the same at Pelakistan. I'll be conducting my own inquiries at Giant Stalgron. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Magadon. All right. Oh, Artemis, I'm so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kazia lost hit us the hardest. Trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just bandaging together the best we can. Greetings and welcome, traveler. Is this your first time visit to Savnia's? And you must try my special Amaral Last. Refreshing zest cannot be beat. But could such cost you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for a generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing as low as 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Still not turning a profit these days? Times are harsh, my friends. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister Sparrow, we might as well have that ugly tower back from the few travelers we see these days. I myself bravely had the coin to buy a local at the local price. I tell you, I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea. I'd be scavenging the scraps in the streets. I think we'll start with Frontlines tonight. How fair support? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly, but no small numbers of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kazel and his constorments were still with us, I'm sure he found a way to return our fortunes round. Now that's what is a man who got things done. God rest his soul. Okay. You know what we need to do. Let's go and do it. Ah, my advisor's return. I just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of time. Be that as may, my sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. There are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiry, the people of Palakistan were unanimous about the reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they are preserved with some assistance from Yeldum. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, but assured that the jungle provides for the needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. Myself heard good news and bad. Quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to foreign traders. But such visits are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Savnir has been light indeed. A nation is small, isolated, its prosperity depends on the steady stream of export. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Kyle and Yahamad? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yeldamat. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeat over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Artemis Astinia will consider the prospect you brought me in, devise a plan to help my people comfort and advisory. Come, I would like us to be in attendance when I announce the proposal of my assembled functionalities.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
It takes a village.
Of course. We must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name. A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Ooh, that sounds good. Eggs. So fun. Get some dish I want to make. Huh? I can get it at Kroger's. Okay. Yeah, I can get cheap. Oh, yeah. Want to take a crack at something? Plain flour, baking powder, vanilla flavoring, salt, then Arabic bishwasha. I don't. That's pronouncing it poorly, and I understand it's pronouncing it poorly. But we're having Christmas. We're doing a Christmas brunch, and I just want to try some new dishes. I'm gonna do some plain dishes as well, but I want something interesting. That way I've been looking up while the cutscenes are going on. Bridging the Rift. The veteran Radiant wishes to share his gratitude. This is gonna be read, it's not gonna be spoken. Thank you for putting forth Kazazal's name. Those who live he enrich, those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from the Archon Y'shtola. She asks you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Y'shtola may have finished her studies at Voidgate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. Bottle of mead. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up foundations. My clerks have been well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Awan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. I'm curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Hold on one moment, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Alright. The High Crucible we go.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the First.
Memories.
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the First. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voids sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
Doomed upon.
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the Void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the Source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the Source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th, and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Who humbled the cloud of darkness? So much for taking it easy.
Since when were you one for the quiet life? Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution, Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daimir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
the restricted. It's Graha's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Khalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Do I sit idly by? I don't know, do you? Ishtola! Down to the Numenon's restriction in archives with a minimum of 4. We must secure the permission of the forum. First, however, we shall need the enlisted cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think would incline our assistance thus? Oh, it springs to mind. What if Scholar Munchnet? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. Settled, let's head to the phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. I'll be able to teleport directly there without messing this up. Ah, yes. I appreciate to Master Matoya on the age of the apprentice to Master Matoya, the age of the 7, and labored on Terrantulia for a full decade. Perhaps hesitated in the stadium. Neither did Sancred their call soon after Master Louis Suave took him in on the streets. He put to care of another Archon. His was a righteous and precious education in the art of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life would have been if I had pursued studies here instead. Get the last hand? Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoon with friends, sipping tea and debating theory. Still, want to give up my time with Master Toya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of the academia as one could get, but it was wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. Do any of you guys pursue research just for the randomness of research? And if so, what kind of studies are you interested in? I'm looking for new research. I'm tired of politics. It leads me down a bunch of research rabbit holes, but only the bare minimum need study. Sometimes it's in-depth, comparative, but... Ah, visitors! And quite esteemed ones as that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusions, Starlight. We were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Nomius's restriction archives. Oh, no forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet, in all the wide world of contemporary century, what so compelled you to disturb the vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. Would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Demir and laid dormant in Charlene's archive for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? Develop a method of traversing the rift, for one. I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I've journeyed to the end of existence. I've heard, felt, and thought endless about the truths of our world and the echoes of its future. Yet, I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to the very last secret. What scholar worth of name wouldn't it force to open a void gate or two to grand revelation, promised reward? Haha, marvelous. An audacity proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. After hearing the whys and the wherefore, I do for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. You no reason not to present your request of full consideration. Although your petition would be better received, and it also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortunate, of course. He can hardly ignore the earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrade. I was hesitant to approach him directly. There's no denying that having Master Fortunate on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We'll pay a visit to Livia Estate and plead our case. Oh, and one last thing before you go. If you can consider it a personal favor, if you might share with me discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So I would like you to see your way indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Chalorek. We will be sure to pass on any relevancies. Right. Livia's estate. Master Artemis, Mistress Y'shtola, how may I be of service? Come to speak with Master Fortunate. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him if he has guests. Well, well. Amelius would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. We have some matters of importance to discuss. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocol this time around. Colorist Montagne expressed much of the same sentiment, I assure you. We're not attempting to circumvent the forms of authority again unless it's absolutely necessary. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing needs exist, then why risk the consequence of employing this forbidden? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend. A selfless hero who crossed the rift between the worlds to save her homeland from horrors and sufferings. But the brother had given up the thought of reunion, had spent his efforts elsewhere, watching over the people yet healing from the flames of the final days. Loyal to his duty, where betrayed for his longing in his heart. It's no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it's still a feel-worthy a cause to proceed all the same, and one who fears losing his own loved ones. Spent years in research to prevent it. Surely you appreciate how pitiful such a spaz must seem. Oh, manipulation. Yashtola. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experience with the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The fool must still be convinced. I'll add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldussi. Still have Weaver still 88. Gosh. Getting so close to having everything 90 there. Miner's 90, Botanist is working on it, man. So, what does the forum decide? Put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian and insulted the heiress of good measure. It became clear that her student was a petitioner of the question, no few member voices as connect. The chamber was reminded, if no uncertain terms I might add, of the incredible debt we owe you and your companions. That served to silence the grumble and stiffen a few spines. And it was agreed to allow you entrance to the archive was the least we could do in return. Prince Hat is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, I'm sure you are aware. The permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge should be treated with the utmost caution. There will be repercussions if it's not. I wish you well in your endeavors, and bid you good day. Do some dailies after this. They're the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye. Very stoic as he's actually why Charlian needed to guide us through not one but two exodus. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes of getting my hands on those forbidden tomes. Not simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Derman's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal had me feeling a little giddy. Restricted reading. Montague is waiting to offer you further instructions. You'll be hearing directly from the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. You'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to restricted. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure. Believe me, may you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Alright. Oh, we're almost there. Looks like what, 3 quests left? 1, 2, 3. 3 quests left in 6.1. Then we do some dailies, then we do some Taru, then dailies, some Taru. I think the set of instructions I laughingly imagine may actually exist, but elms away from when we found me napping. If I'd known for Azadel's 3rd exploit sooner, I'd have well saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must need to be flexible in mind and look, beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I've already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Archon Yashola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted section archives? Follow me, if you would. Watch your step, and please note that use of naked flames is discouraged. Not forbidden, just discouraged.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Today's Untitled Goldsmith's Journal. Today is a world not my own. Met the most beautiful void-born creature, who was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger, but like a candle flames threatening to flicker out at any moment. Wonder if she is even more the proper word. Such distinction seems consequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for the transcendent being. You are tempted to read more. This does not seem like the volume you are seeking. I want to go on with that book. The following details an advanced method of manipulating rift-spanning apparatus that devised the Shuna, ninth patron of House Damir. We present these research notes at the facility of Charlene Stadium and both a token to our friendship and the express of our boundless admiration. No, I wanted to read! I missed one! Having something like to show me, did you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and dissolved by my grace. I was too, but it stopped me from reading it. Well done, Artemis. I thank you. Think you have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
They say open flame is discouraged as there's 3 candles sitting there. As much as I would love to start crafting an Thomas, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know the Hanish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our house, Damian. Our business has here concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the form. The message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden leisure, I'll be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. Anyone can help us. Been hard, Ken, and I say clear this avenue and look for her at the Great Wood. Congratulations on isolating the object you search. Please move along. Hell, I want to explore more great. Charlotte tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study. That you want me to be part of it. I have no doubts you'd be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Fill it now. By the sisters, this is a mark of House Daemir. I never knew such a work existed. You should. It says consciously in Nomarin's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word was in its forbidden knowledge. Forbidden tome was forbidden research, and you put it right into my unscrupulating hands. I can hardly wait to read it. To think that Demir was developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over centuries? Now that you've gleaned over the notes, what says you helping us build a new Arc Optimus? Yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on Demir projects has ever been. Even the redoubtable scholars of Charlie tremble in their saddles. The alchemist of great work could resist. You're a woman out to my own heart. Oh, I suspect I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big mouse Democron once you built it? Open a void gate, terrorize the town. So, there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. It's the purpose of our man-made Tomas is to expand these hidden portals, and I will need to see it for myself. I think manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. And by all means, accompany us to a vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. Charlie and Markets provided new raw aquamarine of pure water crystal. But I might need to help obtain a small quantity of astral-infused water. For such liquid, you need go no further than the Font of Maya. The Asterix of old once found the place for their meditation. The water which pools there now is enlivened with the flow of Acer. That sounds perfect. If you'd be so kind to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vistra to join us. The idea I am in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. All right. Like I said, we're gonna get through this. We also should probably do our 2 dailies. We've got 12 dailies quest that we have, which will expand my Weaver's levels and Botanist levels at least. Back to the great work. Do you have the flask for me? Finian, when did you get here? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Artemis. Void Theory, Yashul is eager to depart for the vault. Look who I came across. The Sidians seem to need a diversion, and we, in turn, may need his lance. Right then, now is our little party's assemblance. Let us make our way to the ruins. We will have need of Miss Marcia boat again. Not this time. Once Yashul informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akail. Your Excellency, as ever gracious host, shall we? About nope. Where did I need to know about? Nothing there. Fine. Everyone or just me? Everyone. Okay. I was getting called out at something. It was just an everyone post. The ship is yours to command. Ah, thanks. We set sail at once. This is so exciting. Aslan's legacy. To see the fruits of the legacy with my own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vaults. We might only get 6.1 done and then do the
The ruins
quest.
alone were impressive enough. But I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty.
I'm gonna get some sleep.
It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There is something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Maybe send
Very good. I see you've been paying attention. As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Oh, look.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Frost and foam!
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Sure, why not?
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
Oh, they sound so happy about that. What's Siri done? And then we have just one more.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Unakalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion. The server, Ciela, wasn't it? And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns? I see. So Ciela, or rather Silver, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Unakalhai. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first, I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Let's just take one of these, it doesn't matter what. Okay. On to the last. Trap's duty. The Shola Pond is the next step of your preparations to avoid. Once Nihad succeeds in replicating the Maka Atamas, the door into the 13th will be ours to open. You'll be crossing the threshold alongside us. I realize this is more endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? At least I have good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. We shall proceed with other preparations. And we saw the warding scales should be efficient to protecting the bearer from the other sources of Aesir corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman durability will need to be improved, just to withstand the void influence for a prolonged length of time. I think that is a problem we can address without involving a brilliant but busy alchemist who created it. We know who excels in this kind of structural... Garland Ironworks. An excellent suggestion. If I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and the violent energies. With Sid's experience hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen his warding scale. Come, let us visit the operation in Ragar's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Alright. I don't have to teleport there. Artemis, what brings you to the Ironworks? I have commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. Please, pleasure as always. I have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if I could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon in a bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said you were signs of degradation. Seems some manner of corrosion has set in around the scratches on its surface. Much as the void corruption seeped into Neros through his wounds, in which case our best bet may be simply prevented the scales from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coding agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemic balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a prototype casting. One utilizes metal alloys with high aerial conductivity. The node to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you say. Nero has compiled data of the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in what's the design, just to be sure. If only avoid such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear I've never had such a reckless employee in case we may need some time to untangle the particulars. If you did not do the Omega quest, it's if only I weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. You don't get the I swear I never had a reckless employee. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final results will doubtlessly be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant badgering of demand while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nihad is getting on with the Mark Artemis. Yeah, Monday we'll be doing Tataru, all the level 80 stuff. Those are just single quests. Like I said, I want to do my dailies so I can get. I don't want to do the dungeons and all that. I'll get those done. Or well, either way, it won't matter much. But we're gonna get the Bonnie Loprits and the Omicron caught up.
Hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless? Heedless even, in your determination?
Well, let's see who we're gonna raid tonight, by the way.
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people.
Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again, too.
Protect them. Well, you must have...
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan.
Oh, right.
My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you should have shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitsla reach this conclusion. But so for the greater good, the worm's thundering sights were keeping his citizens awake at night. And the hard traveling which will leave the palace wrecked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer then? You seem declined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage was my rage, and the soul-chilling grief his nurse for Rostruic's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitros that pain, I will follow you. An unusual crew we have here. Indeed, but perfect for our purpose. I should think I'd rather not bother the Scions for aught less than dire threat of the star. Now on to the specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly submerged by darkness. My plan as such is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we had some manner of base camp near the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside, Madrigal. All right. And then, like I said, we're just gonna do the, oh, there's a freaking hunt train going on. But yeah, we're gonna finish up this, and then we're gonna unlock the, we're gonna unlock the Omicron further and the Loprix further. That'll be rank 6 and rank 5 respectively. The Arcasadora will be unlocked on Monday when we come back to stream. And you will require something, suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried on our vaults. One of the Foundation's activity begin in earnest, however. We can reduce troop help to make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, you will have to settle in Magduret in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourself to aid me in my search for Azija. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish you knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our exploration may possibly take. What our chances of success might possibly be. Success or failed, I'm grateful for you to convince me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nihada. If you have preparations to make air, we venture into 13th. Now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Artemis, but my purpose needs not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Alright. That is 6.1 MSQ done. We'll have the Alliance raid on Monday. Monday's gonna be a lot of completion and such. And then Tuesday we'll probably get into 6.2. Meanwhile, on the 13th, Alliance raids. Level 80 quest. Necromancer, Sage, and Viper. Viper quest. Those will all get done Monday. Oh, and Tataru's big.
To be swallowed, bereft of senses.
Okay, so that's Newfound Adventures. Let's go to the Labyrinths first. Be great once I hit the level. Once I hit level 90 or 90 on everything, it'll be great. When I have the Labyrinths maxed out, hit level 90 on everything. You won't have to worry about trying to get these guys up. We just do a couple of these really quick. We're gonna grab all 3, but we're only gonna do a couple of them. Like I said, if I didn't have so much keeping me in the way of, oh, we need to get all this set up, you know, like, oh, how LZ started on the same day they got screwed me over. I needed to give them a couple days apart from each other. When these were released, though, you would do them in, like this, I believe it was 6.1, 6.3, and 6.5. You would already have the other 2 done. 6.55 also released the Alliance, the Allied Race. I wonder what they're gonna call them, but the Allied Race quest, Allied Society quest, I guess. And that is what is the final thing that requires for all these to be done technically. That's just fun to do, is just up, down, and... Announce your presence every time you enter. Okay, we need 30 quest Labyrinths. We need to make a cleaning upgrade component. It don't have to be high quality, so it's gonna be super easy. And a set of carrot light pieces. Don't have to be high quality, so we'll turn in 2 of these, do the level up quest, do those, do the next 3, and then we'll go to the Omicron. Take those 3, do the level up quest, take 3 more, and we'll be done for the day. We did 6.1 though, so that's good. One expansion post patch done. We're getting closer to getting our getting it ready for Dawn Trails. Like I said, I still have Trust to do which I plan on doing some tomorrow. We still have trust to do. We still have of course, the society quest to do. And then we have, like, the Alliance Raid, Tataru's Grand Adventure, all that good jazz. And getting gear, really. Because we need gear to, make sure that we're easily the highest level we can be, and I don't want to have to wait on gear or get it from the dungeon. So we need poetics. Teamwork makes the dream work. Dreaming Way is concerned with the fate of one Loprit in particular. Artemis, you recall that curious character who we've seen, for lack of better terms, lurking about Hopper's Hold, don't you? Well, I heard that they also spend a great deal of time lurking about the Watcher's Palace, a regular lurking way, that one. In any case, it seems that Dreaming Workshop isn't meeting their needs. I should like to ask them how we can be more helpful. Would you join me? Perfect. I've already checked all the nooks and crannies, so with any luck, they'll be lurked by Watcher's Palace as we speak. We should hit 89 off of these quests, which will be great because we're one level off from finishing up our Weaver at that point. Then we can move on after Weaver to probably goldsmiths or leather worker. I mean, this is what it is. I'll be doing but I need to go do the final push for stuff. I'll be doing some levies. Perhaps they grew tired of the view. I decided to take their lurking elsewhere. Oh, it's quickly before they slip away. Hail, my good way. If I'm not mistaken, you come to enjoy the offerings of our Dreaming Workshop a number of times, have you not? Enjoy? Hardly. Though I suppose watching you pointlessly exert yourself has been entertaining enough. That's good. I was hoping that we might assist you finding a dream of your own. What do you expect me to dream of? Fulfilled machines? Colorful cuisine? I think not. Without the piece of a Cirrus to delight in them, such pursuits are meaningless, one and all. I cannot say I agree. No matter, your extortions have their place. I'm supporting my petition to Living Way. When she authorized my hibernation, I shall dream sweet dreams at last. So, their dream is to sleep? That's a lot of nonsense, if I do say so myself. You can hardly follow your dreams while you're asleep. Perhaps Living Way will understand better than I do. Sounds like our ashen-furred friend has spoken to this matter of her before. Girl? It's so difficult to find anyone today. Living Way! There you are, Living Way. Might we have a word? So soon? I thought your project was proceeding apace. Overall, yes, but we're struggling with one way in particular. Are you familiar with the Ashen Fairy Lopret? Red eyes, mysterious and absolute adoring until they open their mouths? Absolutely adorable until they open their mouths? Gosh dang. Oh yes, Emma was aware they had to pay to visit the Hopper Hold, but it wasn't aware that you were aware. Perhaps you may yet succeed where I have not. You are aware, Artemis, that the Loppers were created to prepare the moon for man's arrival, and preparations require substantial time and effort. Unbent towards our common goal in their own ways, but some Loppers went above and beyond, one in particular. That very same. Most passionate of ways took the name of Counseling Way. Their role was to listen air and provide advice to the people of Sirius. Something we anticipated would be surely needed, given the abrupt displacement you were to face. More than any others, they sought to understand your people. They studied them, practiced. They looked forward to the day they would finally meet you. As you can imagine, the change of plans came a terrible shock. They became uninterested in their former pursuits, and they're adamant that not of worse remained for them to do. I was unable to persuade them otherwise. For some time they disappeared from the burrow altogether. It was in short thereafter that the other Loppers began sighting the Ashen Fairway wandering Maralatorium. Oh dear. Even I didn't recognize them at first. I wondered whence this new way had sprung. Then I watched them standing out there gazing at the sky out of Sirius, and I realized it was the grief that has changed them. A lost tooth there. It came to no surprise when they asked to be put back in hibernation. Yet I can't allow it. Even with the final days averted, there must be a place for us in this world. I know there is. We only need to out our paws. I said as much, but if they cannot hear me, it's no matter how many times I refuse them. They return with their petition to eternal sleep. It would be a tragedy to operate with so much love in their heart. Find a way to help them. Give them new dreams. Not that I know what that would be. Thank you for telling us this, Living Way. I should ask the others for help. This matter is dire important. I shall see you in Hopper Hold soon then. Moment, Artemis. If anyone can save Counseling Way, it's you lot, and they can be saved. I'm that, so please do everything in your power on behalf of Loperkind. Yep. There you are. Come, we must bring Manageway into our confidence. So, what did we do? The Counseling Way has visited the workshop several times, correct? I've seen no measurable results thus far. Theirs are not the only Loppers that have been dissatisfied by his offerings, although a significant portion has been gravitated to the dream on display. Many will remain unsure, so I must try a different task. And I'll target this demographic specifically. I see, but what could a Lopper who doesn't fancy music or mechanics or menial time possibly enjoy? We might look to what else they have in common. Assumingly my mental register is correct, as it usually is, the remaining wayward ways have a role would have involved direct contact with the people of Sirius. In addition to counseling roles like Counseling Way, there were those specializing in guiding the people around our facilities, interpreting the others' aspect of hospitality. And that means all of them would have been especially disappointed to find out that our guests weren't coming. They could hardly carry out their work alone. Alone? What if we didn't wait for them to take interest in a new dream all by themselves? If we bring everyone together to work towards a common goal, it may remind them what it's like to have a purpose. Teamwork is the key, to be sure, but what sort of project can we give them? You have any ideas, Artemis? never underestimate the value of art, such as painting. Look at the boring walls we have. Surely we could use a touch of paint and grab a mural. Expressing oneself through art is proven means to process negative expression. So some may prefer a medium other than paint. Never fear, I shall arrange various supplies. At minimum, we can expect to attract Councilway's attention once more. Just when we want them, paying attention. For the time being, let us focus on gathering as many wayward ways as possible. With you here, it should be easy. Even the most listless lobbyists would jump at a chance to work together with a representative of mankind. We only need to find them, Artemis. Okay. Yeah, if I did start doing trains again, we'll be back up to level in no time. Well, back up to poetics in no time. We want to create something together. Is that allowed? I can see much of a point in it. I can hardly refuse a request from a person as serious even now. Painting, I don't know much about art, I'm afraid, but if you insist, I can join you as a moral support. My job was supposed to be helping people in need, after all. Express my feelings through art, that sounds difficult, though. If it helps people, or even just you, I suppose I can give it a try. We'll probably just grab the quest and go over to the Omnicron, do those, and call stream. I'll just grab the quest again, and then, yeah, just call stream. I'll do the quest my own time, because I don't read those, so. Thank you for persuading personing. We most particularly when you know what to do as. I jest, of course. Meaningway also knows what to do. Speaking of which, I've asked to create a few palettes. Some of our painters would like to use great many colors. As always, Meaningway has provided supplies for your convenience and ours. More can be had at the Dreaming support if you need them. I may step away to make sure no one else attempts to paint the wall with Cookingway's frosting, but trust that you will find me here when you are done. Find me here when you are done. That'd be high quality. Alright. Just in time to prevent further frosting-based incidents. I take those off your paws. I shall see these distributed into our artisans post-haste. I can hardly wait to see the finished product. I had hoped they would enjoy themselves, but I never imagined they would become so absorbed in their work, nor creating such magnificent mural. It was by far our greatest success yet. Art, truly, you're making my taste easy. Counseling way. Do not call me that. 'Tis a relic of a life I cannot remember. Care not. Noted. Would you like to try your pot paint? Not particularly. There's a distinct lack of unified vision here, yet somehow it works. What is mystery indeed? I had no idea art could be so liberating. I haven't had this much fun in ages. Fun. Perhaps I once knew what that was like. With all the loppers we've helped, I'd like to think that we've done our part. Still, we cannot stop. No, we will not stop. Not until we've helped counseling with someone else who has yet to find a dream. Imagination that allowing one's wayward ways to vent their innermost emotions to create a pursuit. There are yet loppers that want for a new purpose, however. Continue to expand the workshop to see what dreams come. Alright, let's go over, let's collect the 3. Let's collect the 3, quests, and I'm gonna go head over to... yeah, then we'll head over to, the Omicron. They really don't give much XP. These give a lot of it. Oh, we are just shy, but we'll be at 89 after these. All right. What do they sell now that we've got this? We can get the minion, Finding Way. We get the orchestrion roll. And that's it that we want. That's the minion. Orchestrion roll. Okay, let's teleport to Omicron. Botanist. I'll just read out this quest and then we'll just do this quest and then we'll grab our 12 daily quests, and then yeah, I think that'll be it for today. And another question: N7000 would lodge you as a service to cafe. Difficulty of this quest. Greetings, Artemis. This unit commends your fulfillment of objective relation to the care of feeding the Gerbeloff customers. Pedestrians menu items in particular have met with high approving ratings. Current mission and proceeding, as audio record indicates, your people would say swimmingly. Ha 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 ha. You've learned much from the We learned much from the Carlians and Gerobloffs, and the last dredge is now the site of joyful culture exchange. But don't take our word for it. Come and see. Who's gonna be killing each other over there? Waiting time's normal. We should keep an eye on that one. They've already polished off 3 bowls of soup today. Well-fed Gerobloffs provide important mission data. Soup-related sacrifices must be made. Oh, you like making customers happy, admit it. This unit merely acknowledges customer satisfaction as more conducive to mission objectives and mutual hostility. Speaking of which, Patreon 005 and 006 should be closely monitored. Try to change the subject on me? Well, wait, who are Patreon 005 and Patreon 006? Hail newcomer patrons, Jamming Way, would you like to personally welcome you to the last dredge? Can you tell me a bit about your home star? Analyzing metaphorical waveforms. Nifilium protocol activated. Beep, beep, beep. It has shared in our truths and shed the self. This is well, the universe too is finite. Only in death may we embrace true infinity. Did you just assassinate my barista? Why would you do that? Situation analysis complete. New customers are of the Neuroburn civilization. The society eliminated concept deemed unpleasant by organic life forms such as war and death. In so doing, the individual has attained physical immortality in the state of unified comprehension. This projections were insufficient, however. The Nibron people only realized that they eliminate the strife, which similarly destroys their source of joy. When it was too late, at that point, they jointly decided to perform the return to non-existence. Pardon this unit for a moment. Shutdown procedures, troubleshooting, initializing, repair features, and self-determination algorithm restored. Did you just assassinate my barista? Why have you returned this being to the finite? The golden mercy of Ra'Lah was so close at hand. Sweet Moses, this terrifying culture exchange be damned. We can't let them near the other patrons. On the contrary, this unit believes their exposure to other civilization may benefit their customers, and invites them to tour the local simulacrons of dead worlds. Not to be certain, the nature of other civilizations is long held curiosity of ours. It may be interesting to discuss their inherent futility. That is, the spirit. All societies in Ultima Thule are subject to unique manifestation of despair. This unit recommends comparing each of the tragic perfections of the Nibiran. We are in favor. To arrive at a philosophical resonance of such beings will fill much time before blessed obliteration. I hope you have a plan in place. Prevent this place from falling into despair. You have already demonstrated to the people of Ultima Thule that despair can be overcome. Projected indicates that once restored, hope is not so easily extinguished. Do you think they'll be able to help each other just like you saved M104 just now? I suppose I should be glad that they took you up on it. Those Nibiron make my fur stand on end. I don't want them anywhere near Elysian. It would be nice if we could cure them of their anemia, of course, but I cannot see how. The Neberon are the last dead civilization with sufficient data for replication. If it proven possible to turn them into satisfied customers, the probability of further development of Elysian is low. Oh, this is frustrating. Why must we be so scarier than the other two? I retract my complaints about the scope. Well, what did we invite patrons from another civilization instead? The EA, for instance. There's no reason we have to build all our own customers, and they seem rather thoughtful. At the very least, it would make good practice in philosophical debate. This unit cannot guarantee that the amount of practice would prepare you to treat with the Neberon. However, I agree that inviting local life forms to the last dredge would be good for business. Alright, let's go talk to the, yeah. Now I'm glad I finished all the fates. I still gotta do fates, so when people want to do fates in the FC, I go and help them, but I still have to do fates. Oh. But somebody's doing fates right now. Or doing gathering? It looks like fates. What's the story? Oh. Or trying to prevent themselves from going AFK for whatever reason. Heard and rejected. Convinced prospecting EA patrons to the desirable of last dredge substance. We'll search for potential customers in the vicinity. Can you ask around the scary stone circle where everyone stares at the sky? Thank you in advance. A venue of punishments and discourse, you say? We once visited a similar establishment. They are memorialized today to the existence of our restaurant. We were traditionally gathered to restore our Acer, vent our pretty mistress upon one another. The civilization is young, so perhaps you do not yet understand that one such location is more than enough. Even the most transcendent mind can only withstand so much vacuous discourse. Only talking to yourself is bad for your mental. The corporeal being driven meaning from patronizing this cafe, you say, for relations. Personally, I have long since parted from such material concerns in favor of staring completely into the abyss. Being chased hopes and dreams now would be betrayed my very principles. Let me just stare into the abyss, dude. What is your report, Artemis? One would think you could at least show a bit of respect to you, of all people, out of self-preservation, if not else. The probability of further development of Elysian is now infinitesimal. I refuse to give up. The terrible attitude are all more reason to make them see the light. Between the three of us, we will get them to enjoy themselves. Implicate threat and knowledge, initializing joint operation protocols. However, this unit must acknowledge the non-zero probability of failure. In such a scenario, the odds are to ever secure a patron of the EA. And Neberon must be revised to hopeless. Projection indicates that the business may not survive this outcome. You're as bad as they are sometimes. Do you know that? Artemis, you mentioned that the EA once offered you food, did you not? So, they don't consider themselves beyond the concept of repass. That must be the way to build on that, makes them understand. Oh, okay. You interrupt my staring once again. Curious is this physical compulsion. No. We're simply seeking an enlightened one opinions. You seem very focused, so surely none would be better suited to answer a few questions. I suppose that would be within my bounds of my principles. As time inherent meaningless, you will not cost me what might otherwise have mattered. Hey, wait a moment, and I see if other rational-minded individuals are interested in their diversion. Huzzah! We've learned the debating to you, Artemis. You see if you can stimulate their inquiry minds enough to draw them to the cafe. Objective: choose the appropriate phrase to raise the last dredge. As a resulting productivity, stubborn as ministry can't fill any duty fines. Long, but it's fine. Truly, there's not like arousing examination to take one's mind off the ceaseless torment of existence. We start with 350,173 questions or so, as is customary. 350. I was thinking more in the neighborhood of 3. I see. This is my cognitive allegation. I neglect to account for your base intellect. Carry on with your partly queries, then. You have an interest in gastro. We long abandoned the pursuit of gastro-sensation, though we yet consume acer data cells. We do not experience any particular sensation beyond the sensation of hunger. That is perfectly sufficient, though I'm curious. You indicate that means being gathered to consume sensation at your cafe. Do these beings experience gastro sensation in unison? Does this not confuse and upset them? Quite the opposite. Taste is a key to consumer satisfaction, and our consumers are very satisfied, I assure you. Curiosity detectives, as you concluded that question piqued their interest. Okay. The diminutive being suggested that gastro sensitivity are primal conductive of the establishment. Biological, however, there are not more than secondary mechanisms to prevent primal organisms from starving to death. Explain the biology is not the only determinant of good life, you know. Perhaps to truly comprehend what our argument requires tasting for yourself. Perhaps it's conceivable that, having dispensed with our corporal vessels, a prolonged absence sensation experienced by the way of nervous system has limited our imagination to a degree. If only we had possessed the forethought to record our gastro perceptions for prosperity, unfortunate oversight, certain. Yep, no insurmountable one. If you visit the last dredge, you could help to reclaim some knowledge that was lost. Try to figure out some of these questions. Entice determined. This unit proposed following this conversational trajectory is to natural terminus. And the final question. Though I acknowledge that there is some logic to your argument, we would perhaps at an impasse given our forms less of fidelity. Nevertheless, I am curious to know what manner of taste you would present us with having the gastro organs. I don't think this is a great answer. Indeed, it's rational to assume that corporeal beings of unique gastro organisms was once funds of certain sensation particle stimulation. In fewer cafes capable of providing knowledge such long-lasting sensation, we welcome the experience. Okay, that is. If anyone can do it, we can. We served a variety of civilization already with great success, I might add. Operation Success Intimate. All allied unit must remain engaged for critical final phase. The preparation of historical accurate subsistence will not simple task, yet the history being instant in accomplishing it. Compulsion and insurrection of essential motivation. Ugh. Our deepest and most... How very primitive of you. Very well. I'm convinced of your establishment will offer an authentic experience of the shackles of heartfelt, it says. How charmingly irrational. Very a moment of tangible impact on our hope would be, would have to surrounding dynamite. There are those too, of course, but most of all we want is for the patrons to enjoy themselves. This unit does not disagree with the assessment of organic life forms as primitive, though it is rich in irony given the irrational display at present. Ugh. All I thought is this. In any case, mission objective complete. Allied unit performance will be logged as optimal. We see that you indeed have had few questions. We may partake in sensory experience. Well, first we may need to prepare a full course of gustral experimentations. Experimentations, you say? That sounds most agreed. These may suggest that Artemis flesh would make a suitable medium. Oh, I quite agree. No one has tasted more taste than the intrepid Artemis. His palate is refined and his bravery unmatched. Will make the perfect candidate to try all the dishes prepared. Then you need only scan the transmission, the sensory practical data to see consciousness. Yeah, after the holidays, there'll be more streaming until about mid-January at this point. But yeah, like this week, I wasn't planning on streaming, and then a whole bunch of load of work. So, and who knows what's going on? It's unclear at present where their people may have eaten their corporeal days, but we can find out by the source of taste they enjoy and refine the recipe from there. Regardless, we shall need to fire up the ovens immediately. Last I checked our inventory, kitchens are well stocked with vegetables, fish, and charlene cookbooks. Probably a history and diet was indicated as that of life forms of a serious astronomy cloud. This unit poses an incorporeal ingredient from the other world as well, gaining flavorsome categories as ingredient data. Floral near the verified fort may contain certain substance for use for seasoning. Data indicates that organic life forms love seasoning. Don't hesitate to taste test in the field. Remaining ally unit should proceed to the last dredge for recipe analysis. This unit will answer any further customer questions. All right. So yeah, let's go to the Omicron base. Go there and then we'll fly up. It's gonna be the fastest route. This is faster than going here. I mean, it's about the same distance, but it is slightly faster. Back to base camp and then fly up. The has asked for 81,120 questions. This unit can feel the last remnants of their patience slipping. Timely rescue. Chemical compound is ingredient with acceptable parameters. Let the experiment begin. Not half bad if I do say so myself. Dig in, Artemis. Initializing progressive scan of gustral inputs. Let's start with the fish. I have a pasta burger. It's fish, pasta, and then the fish staring at your soul just now. Hopefully not. In any case, it's the palate of flesh must be serially absorbed to the added alien flavor. You certainly taste. I'm saying. Mary pasta. The pasta is not like not like it comes out of Viscera, although the otherworldly flavor added to the taste of complexity. As for the A, surely any gluten tolerance life forms enjoy a massive bowl of carbohydrates. Are struck with the sudden certain that Janeway either borrowed or stolen that recipe from the last stand, although the local source flavoring has an unexpected spiciness to medium rare meat inside. Your tongue is now tingling. Gustria data received. Transmitting to Patron 007 and Patron 008. So these are the flavors of which you speak. Thank you for helpful categories. Each is sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and or savory. I fear I am quite overcome by the melody. It's impossible to say whether the sensation of salt is identical to what I might have once I felt was consuming sustenance, yet it's a useful reference to ruminate upon nevertheless. And was it well worth the efforts in my book? Tell me, did any of the dishes strike you as particularly enjoyable? First stimulated me with the most pleasure fashion. How was this flavor derived? The flavor was local ingredients harvested by Artemis, garnished with powdered miracle shrimp, a type of concentrate of Garabuff, are farming in Elzius. Pulverized carcasseans, the natural gustio sensation is describable indeed. We found these once pleasing, perhaps indicated that we too once consumed multiple decapods. Cannot imagine what we would have left that behind. I'm grateful to have every simulated the experience. And there we have it. Do you think it would be enough to bring about change to Elysian? Inclusive, you propose the Allied unit a census scan for sites of change. Alright, that'll be rank 5 done. But yeah, this will be rank 5 done, and then we'll have 12 quests to do. But yeah, Labyrinth are rank 6, these guys will be rank 5. Tuesday, the Arcasordia will be rank 6. Or Monday they will be. Stigma 4 confirms that the alterations have occurred. Let's proceed with the scan. Oh, we're in a desert now. Oh. These creatures certainly weren't here before, but what are they? They put me in mind of a serious jellyfish. No results found in database. Furthermore, these life forms differ from the stimulants in Ultimate Stool or on a molecular level. You mean a new species has been born here? It's so illogical. Ecesian's climate is suitable for the growth and complex vegetation. A significant portion of its surface is occupied by sea. Many life forms have arisen from similar environments. This unit would venture that under these conditions, the EO's yearnings for a corporeal past were sufficient to cause Dynamis to colonise an organic life. Ooh, we're building life now. That's incredible. New life. Actually didn't go through too much of this in my main character. Such adorable life you are. Yes, you are. Life onto a newborn babe. So I assume eons have passed since we had held a child. Yet it's not conceivable that some part of us remembers, as those creatures arose from the fondness of the past. They may indeed be a nascent formed mention of our ancient records. I do see a certain resemblance. Would you like to give these little ones a name, then? We lost the meaning to our names long ago, leaving us only the simple phonemic symptom we now employ for individuals. Suggesting that we might impart the significance of children via nomenclatures depressing. Nevertheless, we shall call them Mumius. A particular name to share. Perhaps but one may find the meaning it together. I cannot spell that to save my life, but it sounds lovely. I should like to remain with the Mumius for a time, though doubtlessly know much of the gastro sensation, the essence of corporeal. And serve as the guardians, we may yet reclaim some of what we lost. New life has arisen for me as longing, natural and product the Mumius, and have much to share. There yet room for his years to grow and change. What other hopes will the power of Dynamis bring to life? This was a great deal more difficult to focus with those creatures about. This is so wibbly wobbly. This unit requests that contain yourself. Energy levels are already low due to patrons' careless quarries. However, this unit does emit the curiosity regarding the new life form, so it's probable that the Mumids share data with the EA's genetic memory, possibly from the development of Infinite. This differentiates them from other Dynamis-based life forms. Or maybe they're just one more indication that you lot aren't doomed after all. This place was built for endings, it's true. We have seen many a beginning. Let's keep the trend going, shall we? Affirmative. Our mission remains one constant among many variables. Okay. And with that, I'm going to call stream, and I'll be live on Monday. We're gonna come back to this and we will definitely be able to get all that going. But let's see what items we can buy, because the vending list is upgraded. Don't need tools. Hold on, my bad. We have a card we can buy. Then we have a minion we can buy. Nice. Cool. And we're just gonna grab all 12 of these quests really quick. Nope. Yep, and that's where I'm gonna call stream. So I will catch you guys on Tuesday. Or Monday. Monday. Not Tuesday. Monday. And we're gonna be doing a lot of fun things. So it's been 10 past 6.